It's time. Specifically, it's time to study hair. Because my god, do I struggle with it every single time. How are we going? Hi. Ah, perfect. Found the perfect reference for it and everything. I have found vampire. Vampire for study. Seems about right? Yeah. Yep. How you going, bud? Just booting up the programs. Give me a second. No. You have not. Did something happen? Quickly cast it a little bit darker so that don't blind everyone. And ba-boom. Let's go. So, here is the reference that I found. It is... It is from a piece of card art called Talia, Guardian of Thraben from Innistrad, Magic the Gathering. I like the hair. We will attempt to replicate the hair. Try to learn some stuff in the process. You were violently sick last night. Oh, as in like food poisoning? I'm so sorry, bud. I hope you're feeling a little bit better this morning. Not a I mean, does this not give? It gives vampire vibes. Right, the spicy cough. Sorry to hear it. If not vampire, then at the very least, like Van Helsing, vampire hunter vibes at the very least. Not cough? Yeah, I know, but like... Definitely gothic. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we just need a placeholder for her face. Actually, let's think about things. We need to place her face, obviously, but more specifically, head extended to hair. How does that work? So we've got face kind of in this sort of shape. But then her head actually goes on to continue to like out here. A lot better tonight? Good to hear. Yeah, sorry about that, bud. Center the chin. Your lips were purple at one point? Oh my goodness. You were gothic. Well, I hope you've been resting. My goodness, that'll be my next thing. If I fall ill and I have to cancel an event or something, I'll say something along the lines of I've contracted vampirism and it's going real poor. A lot of rest, good to hear. Good to hear. This is something that I'm noticing consistently with my hair, and it's I don't provide it enough volume. I always try to go like head shape, and then I apply hair on top in like a very thin spread. Not too much on the knife. Applied liberally to the toast. But something that I've noticed every time that I have done sort of studies like this is that they provide way more real estate for hair. I also have a tendency to overcomplicate things as well. It seems as though rule of thumb is simplify. Like a lot of the time, well, it's a very generalized way of putting it because different hair, different approaches, right? But a lot of the time they're working in ribbons and then kind of implying that there's more going on. So for example, what a lot of artists tend to do is they'll construct a hair ribbon, like a surface area that is implied to be more clump of hair. So it's like, oh, there's lots going on here, and then they'll accompany it with like smaller strands as well. So it's like, yeah, okay, I can see that this is made up of these. I can see that because they're like next to each other. I need to maybe take that approach a little bit more often. Shapes with light. Yeah. Yep. I get too concerned with not clumping up the hair too much, just because I've done terrible hair in the past where they look like macaroni noodles. So I get sort of obsessed with making sure that it's all digestible as strands, but that can undermine like the overall hair shape. If I'm trying to make sure that it's broken up a whole bunch, then the overall flow of the hair, like that feeling of waviness, just gets obliterated because I've made sure like you're seeing individual strands, but you're losing the overall shape. Need to make sure that I maintain it. I am gonna lose a whole bunch of time today because they've recently revealed a whole bunch of new gameplay feature stuff that's coming to Overwatch across the next like 6 months or so, and they've dumped it wholesale. So I've got a whole bunch of footage to sit there nerding out over and picking through, and I feel as though it's going to destroy my time management. I need to make sure that I still do the things I need to. Like, for example, I need to go watch Nosferatu today, or else Dust is going to tease the ever-loving crap out of me across Friday's stream. To be fair, I gave him full permission to do so, but still, I need to make sure that that doesn't happen. The wonderful thing about having an obsessive personality type is when you're invested in a game or whatever and they release a whole bunch of new content, I lose big chunks of time to just going through, because oh my god, because I get farmed specifically. New content comes out for something and content creators around the globe go, excellent. We're gonna put down like a nice plot of land, we'll fertilize it, we'll till the earth, we'll plant the mahali, and we'll farm the crap out of him. Because I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna see like, oh, you know, what does this content creator think about the changes? This content creator's got to try some of the changes. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, let's go through all the different. Oh, they've got a list of like all the different perks. Oh, all piece of candy every time. It's my own gosh darn fault, but can't help it. Need to make sure that I'm not going through and doing too much detail for the face. I'm keying in the general features just so that I don't get the hair lost in just a blob of face that doesn't have any distinguishing elements. That is the question though. If I were to get sick and have to cancel an event or something, would I go with vampirism or lycanthropy? Both are super tempting as an excuse. I don't know. I'm far more melodramatic. The boy's back. Welcome back. I reckon if I were to make an excuse for not attending an event, it would be vampirism as opposed to lycanthropy. I'm not really the bestial type, to be entirely honest with you. I'm an edgy boy of the darkness. I'm a creature of the night. Oh my goodness. If I went to any sort of like vampire rave or something, I would have a terrible time. Yeah, Mahali, yeah, you are on the waiting list. Here you go. Come on in. Be loud, there'd be lots of hissing. Wouldn't want to get any blood on me. That's just like gross. I'd be a terrible vampire. I'd be one of those tropes where you get introduced to a rave or something, and then it's the cute character who just does not belong whatsoever. Think like Cult of the Lamb vibes, where it's incredibly sinister, but they're like Happy Tree Friends style character designs. Shaping out the light very well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I shouldn't spend too much time on it, but I appreciate it. It's tough because as soon as I get to this point, it's like, oh, I'm like 90% the way there anyway. I may as well just like go through and just completely render blah blah blah. No, bad. No, Harley, don't. Not the goal here. Feel as though if I do any more detail from here, I'd be doing myself a disservice. So let's switch back to the hair. Okay. So, light direction. We've got light coming from the right side. Sorry, the left side, heading right. And the way that they're doing shadow is actually really interesting. I always really love how much sort of ambient bounce light they tend to have in character portraits like this. Like you've got your major light source from over here. As you can see from the right side of the face, there's not really that much light coming from the right, but they still go through and illuminate the like the elements over on the right anyway. Because that's how light works, right? You know, we're not in a vacuum, we're in a room with like materials and stuff all around. Like there'd be furniture, there'd be a wall, there's like this curtain and stuff. There are objects that the light would be reflecting off of and like illuminating the armor and the clothes and the hair from different angles. So, you know, it should be present. I need to do a better job of that in all my pieces. Is just ambient reflected light. It's tough though, because it's a fine line that you have to balance. If you go too far into just like, you know, like, there's light everywhere. There's light everywhere. It can lead to a very flat image because you don't have contrast because everything's like illuminated. But the thing that they've maintained really nicely is you still have your high contrast. Like you've got a really dark section of the face right next to a really light section of the face. You've got like a really dark section of the armor right next to a really light section of the armor. Which means that you still have that poppiness, but you're not flooding anything with ridiculous amounts of light or ridiculous amounts of shadow. It's a good balance. It's a good balance that I am jealous of. Speaking of jealous of these locks. Oh my goodness. How long is your hair? Yes. When was the last time you got a haircut? Come back, why'd you leave? Answer my question, please. Oh, off killing vampires again? Yeah, okay. Hiya, Squid. How you going, bud? I am studying hair, which I should do more often. It's not entirely true in the sense that I don't know. I'm torn. Should I be studying hair right now, or should I be studying more landscapey things because I'm working on landscapes? The answer to that is there are no real wrong answers, but I don't know. I honestly think I should be working on landscape stuff in terms of studies, but it's fine. It's fine. I need to do these things eventually anyway. May as well do them now while I feel like doing them. Just woke up, so you're getting stuck into some schoolwork before lunch. Yeah, fair. Of course. Right, you did say that you've got today off, right? If you have anything new to do today, but if you don't, you'll just finish some stuff you bought at home. Yeah, okay, fine. No, it's a good opportunity to catch up on things if you're behind in anything. Good thinking. Happy Thursday to you too, Alt. How you going, bud? I did. I was just ranting about how I'm going to be farmed for the rest of today because I'm going to go through basically every single content creator's like thoughts and opinions on them. And then I also see that a few of them have been flown out to the studio and have direct access to all of the perks in the game, so I'm going to sit there going through and reading all of them because I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. Literally, every time anything new comes out for a game that I'm interested in, all the content creators for that game look at me and go, hey, yeah, boy. Because they're looking forward to farming me for everything I've got. Oh no, I'm doomed. Oh, goodbye, productivity. Goodbye. No, it was fun while it lasted. GG's. No, I have to go watch Nosferatu. There's no question. I'm gonna be lambasted by Dust if I don't. As I rightfully should be, don't get me wrong, but I want to avoid that outcome if at all possible. Okay, let's do the squinting thing. Let's look at my reference. Oh, I've got this reference image over here on the side. A lovely card from Magic the Gathering. Oh, ads. I did not see that. It is ads at the moment. But, hey, I'm running on this thought anyway. This lovely card from Magic the Gathering. Talia, Guardian of Thraben. From memory, this is orphan character that Cloud introduced me to a while ago. But I don't know, I'm terrible with names, so I might be thinking of a completely different character. I'm thinking like this is the character that goes to the mythical Greek setting. For your first VCE assignment, you have to perform a Billie Eilish for music. Fair enough. Did you get to choose at least, or were you assigned? There are people on your roof right now? Are there supposed to be people on your roof at the moment? Yeah, okay. So it's not... it's not just some hooligans. No, fair. What is the name of the mythical Greek setting for Magic the Gathering? Why do I keep thinking Thanatos? It's not. They could be hooligans too. You don't know what they're doing. True. We've come to install solar panels and also knock a couple of tiles off your roof while we're at it. Theros. We got there in the end. I vaguely remember the Talia character from Magic the Gathering going to Theros and being involved in that sort of thing. But I could be entirely wrong. I could be thinking of a completely different character. You read it? It's an example? Okay, so you can choose. You can choose. Thanatos is the god of peaceful death and death incarnate in Magic the Gathering. Well, yeah, because he's he is the god of death in Greek mythology. Yeah, that tracks. It's also the, I believe, the word for death in Greek in just the literal sense as well. No, don't autocomplete my search. I hate when it does that. English to Greek. Death. Yeah, Thanatos. Yeah. I freaking knew it because I've heard it used as meaning death, but I wasn't sure. Ghoulie. Hi, bud. How you going? Quick shout out. Please, if you haven't seen Ghoulie stuff, highly recommend. Highly recommend. What were you up to? Well, my boy's only using Ottoman Empire mythology. Oh my goodness. No, speaking as a non-biased Greek person, Greek mythology is where it's at. You were slacking today. Ah, excellent. No, it's good to slack off every now and again. Do it. Worked on some more faces and re-inking of an old doodle. Nice. That sounds way more exciting than what I'm doing at the moment. I'm doing a hair study currently of this Magic the Gathering character art. Because my hair, it's definitely a weakness of mine every time I have to do character anything. So I'm wanting to improve it. Much lazier than it sounds. I mean, it sounds productive. It's tough. It's tough to be like, I didn't do anything. I just did my homework. You know? Thought about knocking to give me a fright. I've been, consider me frightened. Does Greek mythology have snake dragons? I didn't think so. I mean, what's a hydra if not a multi-headed snake dragon? I'm just saying. What am I up to? So, the first bit of stream, so the first couple of hours, will be hair studies, mostly. Then once we hit the halfway mark, we're going to switch over to... I'm going to switch over to this one. Which I need to finish promptly. Because I need to finish the still image so that I can go through an animator afterwards. And it's taken me ages to finish the still image. So I need to get on top of it. More like geek mythology. How dare you, good sir. The disrespect. It looks like these shapes are more up towards the ear, which would make sense. Just because like that, the presence of the ear and that like pocket of the side of the face could generate like a little bit of a void next to the face. Yeah. Plus we're wanting contrast, right? We're wanting like the fairer complexion, and then we're wanting like darker details next to it. Yeah. Why am I using my class's weapons disconnected? They're supposed to join and make scissors like in Kill la Kill. They funny story. They broke tragically, and I'm a little bit of a three-head when it comes to fixing things. So I'm very much so a believer in making do with the tools that you have at your disposal. Went from a scissors fighter to a duelist rogue. Yeah, exactly. Think of it less as a failure on my part and more class flexibility, you know? I've pivoted to a different duelist expression. What a fall off, how dare you? Don't make me run over there with these scissors. as we're traveling down the... By the way, Ghoulie, if you're feeling tired and you've got a bounce, no stress whatsoever. If you want to stick around, by all means, please do. There's plenty of room in the tavern. Pick a chair. I'm easy either way. To everyone who's here now. How you going? Hi, I'm Mahali. I'm a massive nerd who illustrates fantasy stuff. I hope you enjoy the stay. I'm super down for the changes to Overwatch, by the way. I'm keen. A couple of the changes, it's like, not quite my cup of tea, but I understand that the audience is there for said changes, so therefore, you know, I'll happily take them if it pleases the audience at large. By all means, go for your life. Like the return of loot boxes is a little bit Resident Sleeper for me, but I mean, if people want them, I'm not the audience for it. I never really engaged with cosmetics in games. I'll go out of my way to purchase cosmetics if I feel like the developers provided me with like a really good deal. There's a game called Slay the Spire. No, not Slay the Spire. God. Across the Obelisk, which is a Slay the Spire-esque game. And the developers did like an amazing job of providing a really good game with a ton of content for a really affordable price. And then they also had cosmetics available as well. And with how many hours I've gotten out of that game and the amount of enjoyment that I got out of that game, I was inclined to then go and support the developers by purchasing cosmetics. I'll go out of my way to do that. But if it's a game where I'm kind of being nickel and dimed for everything as it is, I don't really want to buy anything. I'll occasionally pick up a battle pass or something, but even still, I'm more inclined to do so with the free currency. A 17 is not bad at all. A 17 is not bad at all. I would be quite pleased with that. How you going, Dust? It's weird because the video game industry kind of wants the audience to be highly mobile, to like jump from game to game with the seasonal model. Like, you know, come around to our game because we've got new stuff, and then, you know, our content has dried up for the season, so go play like Fortnite, then go like play Apex Legends or whatever, then come back to us afterwards. But that kind of asking for skins with that model kind of implies that the audience has an infinite budget to buy skins across every game that they're jumping around from. Which I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't have infinite money to spend on game skins. Getting a bit tired, but otherwise you're decent. Good to hear. Good to hear. Getting tired when it's approaching time to sleep, probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. Gonna lurk for a bit while you try and learn the song and guitar that you've picked? Yeah, no stress. Good luck. Oh, let me assist you. I'm gonna use the help action to have you roll again. Frick! I forgot. My OBS is being dumb. Let's type it in here. Assistance. There you go. Boom. That should do the trick. If we were to like play out the scenario for where that happened, you're learning something on the guitar, and then even though I've never played the guitar before, I'll sit there going like, oh, you know, if you play that string, it will sound better, and then you do, and oh, and then it does. That's D&D for you. Whenever anybody uses the help action in D&D, I do insist that they describe how they're assisting. Assisting the other player. Because one, it's good to just think about these things, because it's not just a game about mechanics. But two, also it's just funny. It can lead to some really fun moments. Like, for example, if one character is trying to look for something in a room, it's like scouring a room to try and find something that's hidden. It might be that another character is helping them with that perception check that they're doing. And in the process of finding whatever object, it could be that player 2 spots the object and goes, isn't that over there? And then player 1 might respond in kind. Well, it's the joy of improv. But player 1 might respond in kind by going, "Aha! I have discovered where it is." It's like, wait, but I helped you. There's nothing more powerful in D&D than simply asking your players, what does that look like? I'm going to impress the regal lord of the region with my juggling skills. Okay, all right. What does that look like? What are you juggling? Immediately went to one of the characters in the play you're working. I mean, it's all improv. It all is. Always has been. Very self-centered. I mean, some of my favorite characters are. I don't know. It's tough. You have to. There's a fine line that you have to walk with a character type like that, where you need them to be like endearingly self-centered, if that makes sense. I mean, if you want them to be a likable character, you could just make them a complete b-hole, and then you don't need to worry about that at all. Look at all these different tones in the hair. It's so impressive. Actually managed it really well with making her still likable, even though she's not very likable. Excellent. No, it's a wonderful thing to behold when you do strike that balance. Her poor uncle is so loving and naive. I feel so bad for him so often. What's the redeeming quality of the character then? How do they strike the balance? I'm so curious to know what references this artist used. So curious to know. Is it a case of them just being ultra familiar with this hair type, or did they have like an incredibly direct reference that they could draw on? It's more that she's just so over the top egotistical, it's just funny. Yeah, okay, so played to the nth degree. Her and her uncle have this whole scene about the stages of grief. It's only at the end her uncle realizes she's going through the loss of her bike and not the poor dead bird at Crown. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, okay. You're making the dead bird prop nice. Reminds me of a skit that I saw a while ago. A Saturday Night Live skit specifically, which is odd for me because I don't usually enjoy SNL as much. But I don't know, something about the skit is too funny for me. It's the one with Adam Driver and he's an oil baron. SNL Adam Driver Career Day. Yeah, this one. I'll link it in the Discord so you can see what I mean. I'll chuck it in memes. Yeah, good. Me. Link the name of the video. Excellent. Nailed it. But yeah, when you say a prop bird, immediately what I think of. It's immediately what I think of. You'll be able to see why. It'll be incredibly apparent very, very, very quickly what I'm making reference to. Yeah, no stress. again, it's just... It's a bunch of implied shape. The crispness really comes through when you've got strands like this that kind of sit out to the side. Which brush am I using here? I'm using the antique brush. Hard round. It's actually a tradition that you kill a bird with every play. Yeah. Yep. It's the only way that you can deliver a believable performance. No, it's sad, but it's a sacrifice that you have to make. I understand. His name is Collins? You mean was? His name was Collins. I see. No, that's fair. Oh, do you call all of them Collins? Is it a case of like, well, I mean, the previous one can't be called Collins because it's dead. You are now Collins. For a short while. Not for much longer. Yeah, yep. You're all Collins, yeah. Do you believe in reincarnation? Yes, well, in Collins's case, yes, definitely. What I need to wrap my head around is why certain tufts are allocated, you know? Let's just say you're making a removable spine. Oh, dear. Rest in peace, Collins. It doesn't sound like you'll be resting in peace, but I'll send the sentiment anyway. Let's try this. Let's try this brush for the hair strands. Resting in peace is Drew. Yeah, Collins is resting in peace here and there and there. A bit over there. This year's very... Wait. This year? That implies that it's like... not limited to just this performance, that you find excuses to kill a bird every time you put on anything. He was a swan. 1 year he was another parrot. He's been a bat, a turkey. Oh no. Oh, it's tough. It's tough to be Collins. Have a mural dedicated to the oh no. Rest in pieces, buddy. Rest in pieces. Collins must die. Oh my goodness. I mean, I can't argue with tradition. The Collins sacrifice must go ahead, it seems. Looks like the artist does quite a good job of maintaining strand continuity. Like, you can follow particular strands of hair. I'd imagine it's less to do with making sure that you render each hair and more to do with understanding what the overall flow of the hair is. So like, hair coming off the top, then it gets pinched by the shoulder pauldron, which then shoves the hair off to the side, so that means the overall flow of the hair sort of comes around like that. I do like the volume that it's creating though, because I wouldn't have even thought to introduce other elements to like push the hair. Yeah, you got the same thing going on here where it's kind of pinching at the armor. A 6? Well, it's alright. Just dropping by to roll a natural 20? Close. You get only a couple of factors off. I'm a pencil warrior of the highest order. Did a fun thing. You set up until 2 a.m. You're now up to episode 2 of season 2 of Severance. You started yesterday. No, Billy, no. That's an oof from me, buddy. Enjoy your day. We'll chat later, I'm sure, after I have definitely watched Nosferatu. It's gonna happen. It's It is inevitable. There's no arguing to be done. It's woven into the fate that that Nosferatu happens today. It is not a question of if I watch Nosferatu, but when. You're only 1.2k points away from affording a 30-minute commission. Oh my goodness. Prepare to be disappointed with what I can do in half an hour. It's taken me an hour to do this. And I'm copying notes. Cue the my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined meme. 5-minute drawing, stick figure, true. I don't know, I'm pretty pleased with my 5-minute sketches that I did for Cloud. Stick figure with shading, true. Have actually considered what you'd actually want to get doodled? You have no clue? Well, you'll have a very long time before your 50-hour commission is affordable. So you've got all the time in the world. That does sound like a Twilight episode, though. A Twilight Zone episode, though. I've been saving currency for the past 1,000 years, but I don't know what to spend it on. Dies. Obviously dies. It's a Twilight Zone episode. The tragedy must be complete. Complete and utter. Or the classic, I saved up for a 50-hour commission, but I also had a tragic accident and now I am blind and I cannot see it. Tragedy, and then dies. Where is my cursor? There it is. No, absolutely one of my favorite bits from Futurama is the scary door. What will you find behind the scary door? Best Twilight Zone spoof ever. For once your brain didn't go in a horrible direction. Ah, huzzah! But it should have, though. It's the Twilight Zone we're talking about. Bob Ross making a painting in black and white because someone told him they can't paint because they're colorblind. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's so wholesome. Did he actually do that? And let's be honest, there are colorblind artists that produce super original imagery specifically because of their circumstance. Oh my goodness, best viewers? They're not premium though. Not interested. If I'm not going bankrupt paying for my viewers, what's the point? Come back again when you've got a real offer on the table. No, don't do that. Do not come back. And stay out. Boot. In a mall and had a man come up to me and say, said, Bob, I could never paint because I'm colorblind. All I can see is grey tones. So I thought today we'd do a picture in grey just to show you that anyone can paint. It's true. Any exterior circumstances like that, like anything becomes an avenue for producing something original. Like even people who can't see images in their head, I'd be fascinated to see like what they come up with given their circumstances, you know? I don't think there's a single limiting factor that I wouldn't find to be incredibly compelling as an augment for art. There was the one artist with cerebral palsy who would use his foot to hold his paintbrush and would produce art that way. They made a movie about that dude with Daniel Day-Lewis as the actor. The creator of a drawing course you've been awful at following has aphantasia. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like there's no excuse. No excuse. If you want to be creative, there's nothing stopping you. There are things that make it more difficult. I will not disagree with that. But there is nothing that is entirely preventative. There is always an avenue. I don't want to play the game of like, yeah, well, what if I'm just a brain in a jar? It's like, well, okay, if you're just a brain in a jar, maybe it's incredibly limiting, but there would be methods of like communicating your intention for art, you know? so annoying. So annoying. When you're having a conversation with someone and they start playing the, yeah, well, what about this? What about this example that I've never even thought of before, but I'm bringing it up now so that I can prove you wrong. Yeah, okay. Okay. I mean, you could do that. Or not. You could also not do that. But yeah, but what if I was a brain in a jar with no internal monologue and aphantasia? Does that count as consciousness at that point? Do you have consciousness if you've got no internal monologue and aphantasia? Yeah, that's not... You would still have consciousness. It would just be a very different kind of consciousness to what I'm used to anyway. It would be a purely... like intention-based consciousness that has no ability to like simulate anything. That's crazy. It would still be consciousness though, I think. Because I mean, it would be aware of itself. It just wouldn't be able to think about what that means. Can I imagine what it'd be like to not have an internal monologue? Aphantasia, I can sort of guess what it'd be like. Well, that's what I was trying to think of, is like, how does that function? Because I know that it exists. I know that it is a thing. There are people who don't have an internal monologue. Yeah, it would almost be entirely like intuition and drive based consciousness. There'd be no degree of like introspection at all. That's crazy. That's a little bit terrifying to think about. I reckon there'd be a method though. Hook it up to some sort of like any sort of electronic reading thing. Oh, it would be so difficult though to like to understand if this brain in a jar wanted to produce art to begin with. I mean, surely there'd be some sort of readout machine that you'd be able to use to like track activity. So it's like, okay, how would you communicate with it though? You can hook it up to any form of control over a prosthetic. You could, well, that's what I mean. I think I need to commit to the next character I do has to have long hair so I can actually put some of this into practice. Long hair with a similar hair type, I think would be the play. No, just imagining walking brain things in D&D painting. Like intelligence devourers and stuff. The little... they're literally little brain dudes with limbs sticking out the sides. And then and then you ready? This thing is so close to being an artist. If we give it a little beret. Oh, a little beret. And a cigarette. And a palette. Give it a little bit of acrylic paint as well. Dollop of coral, a lovely lime green, some like indigo, some cyan. Oh my goodness, look at you go. And we'll give it a little bit of internal torment as well. Get a funnel. Get a funnel. And put in some torment. Torment. Right in there. As a driver, you know, to produce the art. We'll give it a little canvas as well. Little canvas for our little intellect devourer. He needs a brush. True, he does need a brush. No, you are correct. Give him a little brush. Whoop. Little brush. He needs to spend channel points when you can make a doodle brush. Giving me weird prompts. Don't tell the others. It will spread. So we've got a little brush, and then we'll put a little dollop of paint on the end of the brush as well. Boop. And then we're depicting our inner torment with a frowny face. There we go. Boom. Add a little bit of structure to the canvas behind. There we go. There we go. Boom. And done. See, even an intellect devourer can become the great at a screenshot. Yeah, sure. I refuse to put this in Share My Art, so I'm going to put it into memes. There we go. No context. You had to be here. See, even an intellect devourer can be a true artist. grey tones are so freaking overpowered. They do such a good job of giving you access to detail when you don't think that you should have it. Kind of looks like it says Tormeat, and that's his name. Tormeat, the intellect devourer. Yes. It's canon. It's canon. Who am I to argue that Tormeat isn't a resident here at the tavern? Oh my goodness! Yes. Okay. Tormeat is the resident artist here at the tavern. I'm just riding on the coattails of Tormeat. As much fun as I have producing artwork, I'd be nothing if it weren't for Tormeat. He's the one who actually brings in the clientele, you know? Was the real talent or not? True. True. Why do you think I don't work on my major pieces on stream? Stolen. If you peel back the layers of paint for my major pieces, you'll actually see where I've erased Tormeat's signatures and replaced them with my own. It's disgusting what I've done. Quite frankly, I'm a monster. I'm noticing there is hair continuity. There is. So if we follow a strand, even though it breaks, there's a continuation of it further down. Really struggling with painting these trees. You know, it's so hard. It takes a lot of effort and studies. Yeah. Me, the liar. Yes, correct. Yeah. Behind the scenes, it's me going, Tommy, your trees are terrible. Work on them. I can't keep lying about how I keep having to work on them. Can only get away with it for so long, Tommy. No. You align the trees in a certain way and it just spells out help. Harley, the strangest thing, if you actually convert your trees to Braille, um, it's actually an SOS signal. Was that an intentional design decision or coincidence, or what are we doing? I I kind of will have to, because I'm planning on posting my my studies at some point on Blue Sky, not on my Insta, but on Blue Sky. Uh, I kind of have to post tour meet as part of it. It I I refuse to get rid of him. And it's gonna be terrible because they're gonna have absolutely no context for it whatsoever. It's gonna be incredibly confusing, but I have to stay true to Tormeet, you know. True. I'll completely ignore any comment that asks about why there's a little brain with a beret drawing sadness. Yeah, that's Tormeet. We go way back. That's Tormeet. That's my best friend. That's my best friend right there. That I steal all the artwork of. Ah, you know what would be even better? Oh, if I gaslight everyone. So somebody comments like, what's the little brain guy in the corner there? Immediate response. What are you talking about? It's just a hair study. There's hair. I drew hair. What are you talking? I've got no. You're crazy, I'll say. Oh, it's the perfect form of self-promotion. Because as they're going through my streams to try and prove that they're not crazy, I'll be getting viewership. Oh my goodness, it's perfect. Torment should be my new human enough because of oh my goodness. You're not wrong. Oh, that's so tempting. I'll submit both, but yeah, no. Torment will be my main one. You're not wrong. You're not. Yeah, no, you are completely correct. Tormeet will be my secondary submission. I completely agree with you. No, you're good, you're good. I don't mind when I'm tired and I'm misspelling things. Like, yeah, it's just, it goes with the territory. It's fine. What I get pissed off about is when I'm, if I'm hanging out with chat, like in chat with, for a stream or whatever, and I go to respond to something they're saying, and autocorrect kicks in, absolute clutch, with like, oh, you didn't mean to say, I don't know, what's a good example? You didn't mean to say, give me a high five. You meant to say, give me a hit foot or something. And it's like, wait, what? Autocorrect, what are you doing? I had that. Why are you coming in and like, it's, autocorrect occasionally has this drive to, you know those scenes in basketball movies where there's like the jerk on the enemy team, and every time you try and like shoot for the basket or whatever. I don't play basketball. Every time the character shoots a basket, the jerk character will come out of nowhere and dunk it out of like, spoil it out of the air in the most obnoxious way possible. Autocorrect does that a lot, but I can't bring myself to disable it just because I do just get absolutely brain drunk sometimes and can't spell things to save my life, and that's when autocorrect actually comes in clutch. It's the duality. I can't live with it, and I can't live without it. Something like hello, misspell it as hello, and autocorrect decides to actually give you olives. Yeah. Yep. I do insist though, like, the worst is when you haven't misspelled anything and it still corrects you to change the meaning of your sentence. It's like, wait, autocorrect, I didn't spell anything incorrectly. Why did you just take what I said and make a new sentence? You've changed my communication entirely. No, Mahali. You meant that you need more beans. No. No, I don't. No, I didn't. What? Why have you done this? When have I ever implied that I need more beans? Autocorrect. Use of autocorrect is putting the apostrophe and stuff, like I am or heal. Well, that's the thing, is I'll actually go out of my way to add all of my grammar, like apostrophes, like hyphens and stuff. So it pisses me off that I go through all of the legwork to construct the sentence exactly the way that I want it to, and then auto comes in flying from the side with the spoil. Dunks the ball out of the air and goes, woo! Ah, oh, did you see that, Mahali? I just destroyed you. Ah, oh, get wrecked, Mahali, says autocorrect. Oh, you gonna cry? You gonna cry, Mahali? You gonna cry like a little baby? I'm being bullied by autocorrect, and I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. Autocorrect is the cool jock type who is just says mean things to me using my words. earnestly going to the school counselor to be like, I'm having a terrible time. I don't feel safe at school, and I'm being harassed by my autocorrect. And then you get kicked out. Welcome back. A little bit of a stumble there, but it's all right. I didn't notice anything. You're fine. Squid, I'd like to introduce you to my second submission for my Human Enough prompt for this month. This is Tormeat. He's just a little guy, and he does all the art. He's the resident artist here at the Artsy Tavern. Taught you how to write lackadaisical because you never actually seen it written before. You wanted to use it. But is it worth the sacrifice of having to deal with autocorrect? You went to go grab leftover HSP from the microwave. I want to introduce you to the resident artist here at the tavern, Tormeat. He's an intellect devourer that has a touch of flair for the arts. Incredibly gifted at what he does. Yeah, I know. He's a little cutie. I do not disagree. How'd your practice go? You gonna head to bed?
Sounds good. You should. Keep up the good work, Tommy. He will. He will. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy sleep. Get some good rest. Practice went well. Easier than you thought it would be to learn the song. Hey, good to hear. Good to hear. Has a few different note changes. It's good to go into it with a bit of confidence, though, because it means that you're more likely to actually go through with practice. Because I know that with songs that I struggle with off the rip, it's a little bit more... It's tough to commit to practicing, just because I know that it's going to be a struggle to sit there, like, plodding through the entire piece. So it's good. It's good that you've built up a bit of confidence with it. When it says a song you enjoy too, yeah, yep. I've gotten pretty picky lately with what I've been learning, specifically for that reason, because I know that if I enjoy it, I'll actually commit to learning it all the way through. It's interesting. The more I look at the hair, the more it almost looks like sculpting, where you're working with like volumes and carving out certain sections. And it's a little bit daunting. It's a little bit daunting because I was thinking that I could be a little bit more vague with it, but no, it looks like they actually go through and structure everything. Hiya, Stewie. How you going, bud? You found with hair, or at least the style of hair you do, is that if you just draw random lines on the hair, it looks fine? Yeah. A little bit less the case with this kind of style, though. because as I'm coming to learn, they've actually gone through and modeled how the hair flows throughout the entire volume. Even though they're not doing individual strands, it's still incredibly structured. So I can't really do just like volume lines. I kind of have to go through and model the hair as a, like for example, this strand here should have a sense of continuity with strands further up, or at the very least I have to go, okay, that piece of their hair there is designated to be further back in the background. But if that's the case, I need other strands of hair to kind of step forward and occupy some of the volume in front. So like for example, there isn't a piece of hair in the image that's here, but because my hair is a little bit different from what they've got going on, I need to produce something here to kind of occupy this space in the form. Is that Billy with shorter hair? True. Rabilly, let down your hair. Poor guy, always being teased. He doesn't deserve it, and yet we still insist on doing it. Okay, so what am I doing out the back here? Got a bit of hair structure going on. It's structured all the way through. There's no room to be lax at all. Ugh. Why does this artist have to be so freaking meticulous? And it looks gorgeous because of it. Until dinner last night, you think you'd be getting another that was so good? HSP. Hot spaghetti parmigiana. What does HSP stand for? I'm out of the lingo completely. I've no idea. Halal snack pack. Ah. I've never heard of that before. What's in it? Mostly weed. Oh, I could really go for a snack right now. It's all just weed. This product is garbage. Doesn't sate the hunger whatsoever. If anything, it has the opposite effect. It's like chips with lots of meat on top, like lamb, chicken, or beef, and then some sort of sauce with... Oh, I've seen those before. Oh, I wasn't familiar with the term. Okay. Businesses these days with their trendy slogans and their abbreviations for their food. Talking about the Overwatch 2 dev update, is it really that good? Yeah, they're bringing, let's see, a perk system to the game. So if you're playing on a hero for an extended period of time, across a match, you can unlock additional perks, which is incredible because it prevents. Well, it's not preventative. It disincentivizes switching heroes constantly, because if you're switching heroes, presumably you're losing your perks in the process. So it encourages that you stay on the hero for an extended period of time to unlock your perks. Similar to Apex Legends, apparently Apex has a perk system. They're also bringing hero bans the next season, and then they're bringing map bans the season after that. Map vetoes, map picks, or whatever, however they've worded it. Which is awesome. And then they're also releasing a mode similar to Deadlock in a couple of seasons as well, which is exciting for me because I really got into Deadlock. So the idea of an Overwatch Deadlock is cool. I'm down. Overwatch MMO? No. No MMO, but you can have perk systems outside. No, not so. It's like Deadlock in the sense that you've got an economy, you've got items that you buy, and then you've got passives that you can equip as well. Yeah, that you develop a currency over gameplay, and it's split into like more numerous shorter rounds that you can build up. It looks fun. It looks really fun. I'm down to give it a go. So it's like Valorant almost, where you can buy stuff after each round, minus the whole bomb site thing. Yeah, but instead of it being like you're buying guns and it would be like Valorant, but instead of buying guns and armor and abilities, you're just buying abilities and ability augments, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, it looks really interesting. I'm absolutely down to give it a go. And they're making it so that you can play it in third person as well if you want to. So very much so, very much so trying to directly compete with Deadlock. But you buy the abilities and upgrades. Yeah, you don't have to buy your standard abilities to use them each round, unlike a Valorant. But if you want to, get stronger, yeah. And then they're also doing a bunch of quality of life updates as well across the year, which is nice. Across the next couple of months, which is nice. They're actually introducing their like balance info into the game itself. So if you want to look up like your damage numbers without having to go into the practice range and shoot things to look at the numbers, you'll just have like essentially spreadsheets in the game where you can see what all of your abilities do, how they function and stuff. Won't be playing it, or at least that game mode. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's full on in the sense that you have to learn a whole bunch for any sort of econ system. So it's not too surprising that you don't find it appealing. And they're doing like map reworks and stuff. It was a massive announcement stream. It was cool. It was cool. I'm excited to see what it does for the competitive side of Overwatch, like how the pros adapt to perks. An example of a perk was what was a fun one? As Torbjorn, you could either have it so that each time you press his E, his like overload thing, it immediately reloads his weapon, or you can have it so that your hammer repairs your turrets faster, and you can give your allies armor as well with the hammer. Or actually, I think you can repair allies with armor, if that makes sense. So if your tank is a character that has armor, then you can walk up to your tank and hit them with your hammer and heal them. It's just ridiculous. And then the secondary ability for Torb was you can either throw your turret on walls and it sticks to walls, or you can instead unlock the tier 3 turret back from Overwatch 1, like back for his rework in Overwatch 1, like early Overwatch 1, where it like transforms and it does way more damage, and it does that transform each time you use your E. Yeah, it's super transformative. I like it. I like the idea. And that's coming to the main game mode. Venture is finally getting a skin. I know. I mean, Venture did get the Avatar: The Last Airbender Toph skin. But I do like the Toxic one. It's very cool. Very cool. I'm super keen because the perks change. That's arriving on Tuesday. It is literally next week, so I get to have a ton of fun with it very soon. I saw somebody predicting what they might announce with this announcement stream, and it was something along the lines of They'll either have perks or hero bands or map picks. And it was really funny to see that they actually announced all three. It's one of the things. They're gonna have the heroes as announcers. Are they? For the game mode? I did not see that. That is cool. Seems they're at least trying now. Yeah. I literally, I said it the other week to a buddy of mine while we were playing. It'll be interesting to see if the competition in the market actually lights a fire under Microsoft's butt to actually provide budget to the Overwatch team, and that seems to be the case. Because it would, I never doubted that the Overwatch devs wanted to do more stuff. The doubt was always, will whoever the parent company is, first Activision, now Microsoft, will they actually provide the budget that they need to actually fund all this stuff? And it seems as though that's now the case, which is awesome. I hope it pays off for them, because then it would further incentivize them to put more money in if they see a direct correlation between money invested to money incoming. They'll just shut down the company like they did with Tango, the people who made Hi-Fi Rush. Big difference, though, is that Blizzard is like a big household name. So they can forever milk money just off of the name recognition, even if like the studio does disappoint. Whereas something like a Tango, unfortunately, just doesn't have that kind of household notoriety. So Microsoft is more incentivized to just shut them down and put money elsewhere. Which, don't get me wrong, sucks, but unlikely to happen with something like an Activision. it just amazes me that they keep making the same mistake of, it's really weird. We keep cutting money from these studios, and then their games just don't make as much money after we do that. It's like, it's almost as if they need money to develop things that players want to play. It's also been very interesting that basically all of the major hits from across the past, I want to say 4 to maybe even 5 years now, have all been single player games. Like Baldur's Gate was massive. The God of War games were massive. Balatro was massive. Like, these are all games that don't have the seasonal model that are all making waves. I'd be curious to see how much of an impact that's made to the development side of things. I think it's less to do with multiplayer games falling off, and more so the market has just become oversaturated with everyone going, I'll make like a live service game. I'll make a live service game. There are only so many players, you know? It's less to do with falling off and more to do with just only so many people exist. Okay. So I've got the structure, more or less. There's more rendering and refinement that I could always do to make the hair look absolutely immaculate. That's not the goal here. The goal is not to make it look flawless. The goal is to learn. So now that I've got the form, the thing that's really sticking out as missing is I need the loose strands to kind of communicate that I'm working with hair here. Because it's all well and good to have the form, but if it looks like noodles, not great. We're lucky that Hogwarts Legacy did well, because their live service game was rubbish. See, that's another massive game that just made insane amounts of bank. Jedi Fallen Order was another one. Like, it feels as though, I don't know, it feels like as though we've been like gaslit for the past decade. That solo player games are just, they're no longer interesting. Like, nobody really wants to play single player games anymore. I do. Please. 4-player co-op games is where it's at. That I don't necessarily disagree with. I've really been enjoying a game called V Rising lately with a couple of mates of mine. That is a up to 4-player game where you are a vampire, not related to the current image that I'm working on. You're a vampire, and you've reawakened after like a devastating war has just like wiped out your population, and you're looking to like rebuild your empire. And it's a top-down, like, roaming survival game, and no like microtransactions, no battle pass, no like seasonal content, blah 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 blah. One-time purchase where you get the game, and it's a meaty game, pun intended. All the content is there, and it's a real good time. Let's try and thin the strand a little bit, make it look slightly less macaroni. Don't get me wrong. I don't think the market for multiplayer stuff has died. And I don't think they should stop developing for it. If anything, they should keep developing for it, because a lot of the games are really fun. I just don't think it's as black and white. Like, this is the game to develop for nowadays. Like, I don't think there's a particular market that should be flooded. Why do we need to flood a market? Can't you just pick genres and develop for those genres? There is an audience for all of them. Just budget accordingly. There is an audience for like little puzzle games. Cool. Don't sink $1 bajillion into the puzzle games, but still develop for it. You make your money back. You develop trust with your audience. Bungie started this BS. I know. So did Overwatch. But yeah, that's the play. I reckon, in my humble, uneducated experience, is that generally you want to diversify. You want to produce and develop games for your different markets, in order to not put all of your eggs in one basket. Because it feels as though a lot of the time nowadays they're incredibly doing that. Very much so. They're going, we're going to put all of our development time into this one live service game, and if it doesn't perform well, we are fricked. We are completely screwed. That we have no backup plan whatsoever. Whereas it seems far more sensible to be like, okay, we're going to designate like a year's worth of development on like a smaller game that we know that has a market for it. And then if that doesn't go incredibly well, that's okay. We didn't put that much budget and development time into it. It's fine. That's generally what they should be doing, like en masse. Overwatch needs an EA style. Oh my god! Don't even get me started on the Ultimate Team format. I'm not willing to buy skins, let alone invest monetarily in it. It's why I refuse to play a card game in its standard format, because the idea for standard is that the set rotates every like couple of years. So say for example, year one, you produce set A and B. Year two, you produce sets C and D. This is your standard format here across those 2 years. Then the next standard format would be 3 E F. It shifts to sets C, D, E, and F. That's the next standard format. It shifts for the year. And the first year's sets of A and B become superfluous. Like they enter redundancy, right? And then like the idea is that you'd be able to reintroduce some of the cards from A and B into the latest sets and blah 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 blah. It gets a little bit more complicated, but that's the basic gist of it. But you know what that means? It means every year you need to make more and more and more and more purchases in order to stay relevant, because half the cards in your deck immediately become unplayable at the tick of the year. As soon as it ticks over, January 1st, boom! It's not exactly how it works, but something along those lines. Boom! Immediately redundancy, and you need to start making purchases again. It's a massive sink. Dream Team, or Ultimate Team, or whatever it is a million times worse, because instead of that being the format where you lose all your money, the format is instead, we've released game 1, and you build your Ultimate Team. And in seasons of game 1, right? In seasons of game 1, so say game 1 season A, game 1 season B, we've released more characters in the Ultimate Team that are better than season A. So you need to make more purchases. You need more purchases. Then the next season comes out for game 1. Game 1, season C, more characters, way better than these ones, way better than these ones. So you need to make more purchases. Oh my goodness, you must invest. Oh my god, invest your cash. And then season D, more characters, way better. Buy more to stay relevant. Blah 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 blah. All of that. This is terrible, but it gets so much worse because throw all of that out the window. We've got game 2. Game 2 comes out. Hooray, new game. All of your characters from game 1, throw them in the trash. Into the trash, because game 2 has come out and your roster has been completely wiped. And we've got season A of game 2. Ultimate Team. Characters real good. Buy. You gotta buy. Starts all over from the ground up. At least with card games, you have a thing that is real, that you can touch, that at least like goes through rotations. There will be a time where cards that you purchased in the first year might rotate in and then they become meta relevant again. There's at least that silver lining. Ultimate Team, next year comes around, new game. All that money you invested, wasted, completely wasted. I mean, you've got that hit of like, I bought the meta relevant team of players or whatever, and I had fun in the season, but there's no sense of like long-term value whatsoever. It's the worst. I hate it. I hate it so much with a fiery passion. It's freaking gross. I don't understand why anyone plays those games. There are so many good games out there that exist that are either completely free or you can buy them for like $7 and they're incredible. No idea you're so against big corporations making more. I have no problem with corporations making more money. I have a problem with corporations making money in an incredibly predatory way where the consumer gets like violently screwed over. You know, it'd be fine if they were providing an incredible product and the incentive for spending more money was just like, oh, get good thing. Fine, but have all the money. I don't care. Like, have infinite money, become infinitely powerful with all your money. Who cares? The problem is that we're essentially being sold snake oil. That's the problem I have. They're making infinite money off basically nothing. They're providing no service. Content is being recycled and we're being told to pay premium for it. Gross. Okay, we need sharp, thin, little strands of hair. That communicate what the rest of the bunch is doing secretly. We'll go with hard round, like 1 pixel or something. And then a couple of strands in the mix in the actual hair as well. Oh, itchy nose. You see elements of that in D2. Yeah, I've said it for a while. I wouldn't have a problem with spending money in D2 if it didn't feel like they were trying to siphon every single like nickel and dime that I own. I understand, like, company got to make money, but at the same time, if your product requires siphoning everything that your player base, like, if your player base has to put their houses up for mortgage and, like, has to sell, like, has to give away their life savings, blah, 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 in order to afford their, like, new content, it doesn't seem like a sustainable model. Talking about the new Star Wars gear. Yeah, I mean, by all means, if it's a thing that will bring you joy, like, go for it. But I wouldn't have as much of an issue if it was like, we provide content and then also there's monetization stuff as well. Like, the seasons are free, but then also you can buy cosmetics, or, you know, like, I guess it's the fact that you have to buy season passes, you have to buy dungeon keys, you have to buy expansions. You have to buy, like, premium event tracks as well. And then also there are cosmetic. It's too much, dude. Preferred one and done games. You had a great time. You can move on to the next game. That's what I mean. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards nowadays. is games where I know that I'm spending $20 and then that's it. If I want to, like if I spend 150 hours on that game and I feel as though I've above and beyond gotten my value out of it, at that point in time, yeah, you know what? I might drop like, another $10-20 on cosmetics after that. Because like, hey, I really enjoyed that game and I got well more than my money's worth out of it. And I want to provide more. But it feels like as you're playing games nowadays, there's somebody sitting in the corner like asking you for money the entire time, and it's like I'm playing the game. Do we really have to have like monetary pressure the entire way through? Okay, I reckon we've got our value. Speaking of value out of things, I reckon we've gotten value out of this study. Like, it's not perfect, but I reckon we've gotten lessons out of it. There is more to be gleaned, but that'll be future studies, I think. Let's put this one to rest. Thank you. Studies, stream studies, materials, hair, 1. I will do more. But yes, put that one to the side. This one. Landscape time. References. Study references. Stream studies. Hair. References. 1. Boom. Okay. My main goal for the rest of stream now is to... Oh, we're out of ads. Nice. My main goal for the rest of stream now is to try and get this grass rendered. You love this drawing? Thank you. It's coming along. Okay, we need depth. We need depth in our grass. How do we develop depth? We kind of imply that there's a little bit more going on. by adding little like scuff marks at regular intervals throughout the, well, more like irregular intervals, but throughout the grass, make it feel as though different patches of grass kind of either are thicker or thinner or more compressed or have been like eaten by animals or are like of a different type of grass. Like all that complexity is going to come from just tonal variety throughout the surface. The reason why it's in little streaky lines is because we're viewing the surface from side on. If we were viewing it from up top, there'd be patches, right? There'd be, big goopy patches. But because we're viewing it from side on, if you look at an ellipse from side on, it's just going to look like a little streak mark, right? Because you're looking at it from the side. We're applying that logic to a large field is what we're doing. And we're going to be doing something similar with highlights. So we're going to go, okay, like areas of grass are going to be receiving more highlights because of the way that the grass is growing or the way that it's flat or like the way that it's like the light's coming through. Same logic. It comes through as little streaks. It's fun. It's fun learning like world logic. Like as an artist, you kind of have to learn about what the atmosphere does to color, what cloud distortion does to clarity, what like visual noise does to like a person's psychology. Like it's really cool. The little almost reality trivia that you kind of have to learn over the years. It's kind of what led to me falling in love with the process to begin with. Is in video games, I really enjoy learning characters and mechanics that have a bit more depth to them because it's kind of the gift that keeps on giving, right? If in Street Fighter I'm learning a Zangief, it's less to do with learning the mechanics of the character and more learning about the psychology of approaching as a big Russian grappler and how to sort of get in. I much prefer sort of your more technical characters where you're sitting there learning like, okay, this is how this combo works. This is how this interaction works. This is how you're supposed to use like this super niche string of attacks, blah, 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 blah. And it feels like art is that. Can be. Art can be that. Art is incredibly flexible. Art can be that where you're sitting there like learning combos in the training range. generally speaking, this side of the image is just going to be darker because we've got this hill that's kind of impacting the visibility of the sun somewhat. If anything, it's more this mound here that's going to be blocking quite a bit of the sun. The thing about the sun is that it is a very large light source, so a little hill like this isn't going to do much to stymie it. It's not like this section of the hill is going to be in deep shadow or anything. I'll say that much. You know what I could really use right now? More Magic the Gathering. MTG Plains art. Okay. Let's add a bit of variety, shall we? Texture for the win. I'm just going through and doing... I guess what I would be doing with an acrylic brush would be sort of splotching. So with an acrylic brush, what you can do is you can kind of you can go through with the edge of your brush and kind of place texture. And I can't really do that in digital because you can't like manipulate your brush, but I've picked a thin brush to kind of emulate that. So I'm going through and kind of pressing out texture across the surface as I would do with traditional mediums. That's something I've been hesitant to do in the past is to just pick a different brush, because I've always been stubborn when it comes to acrylic painting to kind of just work with whatever brush that I've got at the time. Whereas digital, you don't have that versatility with the one brush. You really don't. I'm using a drawing pad. I'll see if I can get it in frame. Yeah. This. It is the Wacom 1 drawing pad. I used to use my mouse. This would have been like a decade ago or something before I had a drawing pad. I ended up with some pretty interesting images, not gonna lie, but no, I would. Could you imagine? Oh my goodness, my latest piece. Trying to imagine me having done this with Trying to imagine me having done this one with just a mouse. Oh my goodness. That I believe the term is Herculean effort. The biggest problem with the mouse approach is that you've got no pressure control. Because like the biggest difference is with a tablet, I can do this. I can go from like thin to thick at my own discretion, and I've got basically infinite control over the quality of what I'm producing. Whereas with a mouse, I wouldn't be able to do that. With a mouse, it would just come through as this. There's no nuance to the lines that I'm putting down. Not that I use line work much. You get what I mean. Is the bee's knees. Thinking of buying one for your daughter? She loves to draw on her iPad. Yeah, well the thing is, what's it? You could, iPad software is almost, if not better than like PC tablet drawing nowadays. So you could just, I believe the software is Procreate for the iPad. Just get a stylus for the iPad and do it that way. Although I think you do need an iPad Pro to use Procreate, though, is the only problem, and those can be more expensive than a drawing tablet. So, yeah. That would be my recommendation. If she's really enjoying drawing on the iPad, getting Procreate is probably the play. 2 seconds. I think I heard a knock at the front door. I will be right back. Literally 2 seconds. Alright, we're back. Literally 2 seconds. Unless you were counting. Who counts nowadays? It's fine. But yeah, like a lot of the artists that I follow are Procreate artists. Like they're infinitely more skilled than I am, more talented, and all, you know, the whole 9 yards, and they do it all on the iPad Pro. So if you're looking to sort of go in that direction, that would be my recommendation. But at the same time, you know, obviously keep it within budget. It says features of iPad Pro. Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking for something a little bit more sort of wallet friendly, this what did it cost? The Wacom one was quite nice actually. It was in the ballpark of about 300 for this one, which is quite frankly way more approachable than like the 1K that you'd have to drop for an iPad Pro nowadays, I think. I mean, you might be able to get an older model. iPad Pro. Oh, God! Apple iPad Pro 13-inch. It's only $4,300 dues. It gets a little bit better when you're looking at older ones. Like even just the previous generation from that, you're quartering the cost. So it's $1,000 for that. Really? The 3rd generation iPad Pro is still like $1,000? That's crazy. What size? I think it's a 13-inch. I believe. Oh, back on one. It might be on the back. Yeah, I think it's a 13-inch, just based on the ruler that I've just used. Should be 13-inch. A 13-inch, a 13.3-inch surface. There you go. Yeah. So on the official website, the previous gen. Oh, 11.6. That doesn't seem right. It's 11.6 across. So maybe that's what it's... But I thought the measurement is usually in the diagonal. That's fine, whatever. The previous gen is like 350. The current gen is 850. So, yeah, go with the previous gen. It has done me wonders. I've had it for the past 3 years, and it's been incredible. So, the one thing to be considerate of though is the plug-in cable for it can be a little bit temperamental. So finding a way to keep it stable helps. Like, so if you can see that, the way that it plugs in is like a little sideways cable, and it can be problematic if it twists, like if torsion occurs. Because I'll see if I can explain it this way. So you've got your tablet. Beautiful, beautiful. You've got your tablet, and you've got. Oh, it's because I've got the wrong freaking brush. You've got your tablet, and you've got your cable that plugs in like this, that way, and it sticks out the side. So if it were to rotate, it would snap the USB-C cable, like the USB-C like extendy thing here. So the way that I go about keeping it in place is I've got like a little tray that sits in front that I rest the whole thing on. So it means that even if I shift the tablet, like it doesn't like rotate. It's a little bit annoying. I will admit it's a little bit annoying, but if you're using it flat, it doesn't matter, right? It's only because I'm using it propped up on an angle. If you're using it flat against a surface, it's not a factor. Another brand, if you did want to look around a little bit, is Intuoso. I've heard good things about specifically their Cintiq model, but the Cintiq is like the massive like table-sized ones, which probably overkill. But they're another company that I've heard really good things about. If you wanted to have a look around. But in terms of a display tablet where you can actually see what you're drawing on, I don't think it gets better than the Wacom one for its price range. It is kind of a beast in its own market. Yeah, no stress. It can be a little bit daunting because it's like it's not like traditional medium where, hey, you're spending, 10, 15 bucks on a canvas. You're spending, 30 to 50 bucks on a set of paint. You're spending 20 bucks on a brush, but you're seeing all of the components coming together. You're like, oh, okay, well, I'm getting the thing that you paint on, and then you're getting the thing that you paint with, and then blah, blah, blah. And then you can paint. It all makes sense. It's all tangible stuff that's right in front of you. Whereas this, it's kind of... You're getting a thing that you plug into another thing to maybe work, and then you're getting software maybe. Does that cost any money? I don't know. It can be very, I don't know. It can be a little bit confusing. I don't know. But it's nice because once I've made my purchases for, for my tablet and for drawing software, I can sit here iterating, just like producing artwork ad infinitum, and it doesn't cost me anything to produce. Whereas with traditional mediums, I would have to buy, more watercolor paper. I'd need to replace my watercolors every, couple of months because I've, churned through them. The cost really starts to rack up after a while, whereas this is infinite value. It's what I'm in art for, for the bargains. Definitely was monetarily driven. That's what people get into art for the cash, I could get a stable job, or it's fun though, because what's he? Once I finish something that's digital, I can like infinitely share it with people, and it doesn't lose quality. It's I can remember trying to show someone like a painting I'd done, and it's having to take a photo of a canvas and hope that the lighting is right. It's a thing. Whereas with digital, you can be like, check this out. It is exactly as high quality as the thing that I was initially working on. It's got to be amazing though, because when we all get hooked up to the Matrix in like July, all of my digital paintings will be able to hook them directly up to the brain. It's gonna be so good. Efficiency. How do you ingest your art? I hook the art directly into my brain, actually, yeah. Really good viewing experience. Really get to experience it fully. Are you really enjoying art if you don't integrate it into your brain? Let's be honest. The Mona Lisa, More like the Mona Lisa, huh? If it's not in VR, I don't want it. I think I just need to accept that I'm wanting to work on the same layer as the burrows in the ground. Because I keep clashing with them. I'm working on other layers. The further out we're getting, the smaller our textures need to be. That's how eyes work. That's how distance works. Blade of grass that's right next to you is going to look freaking massive, a la these ones. A blade of grass in the far distance is going to look puny, so we shouldn't be seeing that with as much clarity. But at the same time, we still kind of need the visual noise. Because if we go, well, we can't see any of the individual blades of grass, so we can't be able to see. What you end up with is something incredibly flat, like what we've got in the background at the moment, because it's pre-rendered. So what we need to go through and do is kind of just like add grass static, if you will. If you want to think about it like that. It's just noise. It's noise to kind of imply that there's more going on. Your brain goes like, I can't really tell what the individual blades of grass are, but like, it's really fuzzy, which would mean surely that there are blades of grass there, surely, because of how fuzzy it is. It'd be smooth if there wasn't anything going on. So your brain kind of concocts detail where detail doesn't necessarily exist. So that's where potentially a new brush might come into play. Let's see. Spiritfarer. Why do I keep forgetting its name? Spiritfarer. I'm getting the noise that I want, but the grass is still looking a little bit flat, which means I still need volume. What's going to pop out of those holes? A giant earthworm is the plan. That is the plan, yeah. I wanted it to be something relatively simple that has a bit of life to it. Like, easy to animate, but at the same time, like, has the wowzers effect that I need. It's Billy. Hi, Billy. I found the perfect image, but why is its quality garbage? Plains, Titus Lunter. Oh! You can't hit me with that while I'm not paying attention. That's so rude. There we go. Here's some clarity. Bam. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Way better than a 1. Leagues better than a 1. A bit of grass between pavers. go. Getting a little bit more volume now. I reckon we could put in a dirt patch there. Oops. How are we going for time? We're already at 3.5 hours. Where does the time go? I'm so excited. As soon as I finish streaming, straight into the waiting arms of the Overwatch content creators. I don't even care. It's gonna be pathetic. I'll be entirely cognizant of just how pathetic I'm being. Don't care. Don't care. I need it. I need the info. Is it me? Is it me selling out? Wait, how can I be a sellout if I'm not being paid anything? This is unacceptable. I should be paid for my enjoyment of Overwatch. How dare you? How dare you? In my defense, I haven't spent a dime on Overwatch outside of the initial purchase of the first game. Not a dime. Counter to my defense, I have encouraged people to play who have. So I'm part of the problem. Don't get me wrong. But directly I haven't spent. This is my high ground, my moral high ground. I'm standing on it. Got quite a nice view. I can see my house from up here. Wrong layer. Wait, why? Why did I bleed the two? Why do I do this to myself? Actively undermining my efforts. Why did I jump into the burrow layer and just go, you know what, let's just do it. Let's just do burrow layer everywhere. All the grass is now burrows, I guess. I know why I did it. The reason why I did it is because it was really annoying having to jump between the two layers to blend out the grass. But it's not worth it. Why have I done this to myself? That's why they need the ultimate team to FOMO you into. Oh my goodness. It'll be a speed run. It'll be a speed run to see just how quickly I can drop the game. I've done it before as well. Like, don't test my conviction on it. I used to play Hearthstone Battlegrounds quite religiously, like quite often, in fact. But I dropped it cold turkey as soon as. How do I explain it? In Hearthstone Battlegrounds, you start the game by selecting a hero, and your hero has a passive. So your hero might be something along the lines of all Murloc units are cheaper to buy, or it could be something along the lines of if you spend 1 currency, you can generate a pirate, or blah 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 blah. These abilities were quite shall we say varying in power, to the point where you could clearly state that one hero was stronger than another hero, because say for example the pirate one, maybe pirates are just inherently better than Murlocs at the time based on the game balance, so therefore the pirate hero who does the same thing as the Murloc hero is just better, objectively better. in most cases. Blah, 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 blah. So usually you'd have a choice of 2 heroes to start your Battlegrounds game. So you'd be like, do I want this one or do I want this one? You had it so that for each season you could spend gold to get a premium pass, which would increase that from a selection of 2 heroes to 4 heroes. So it doubles your chances of you getting a good hero. And because of how balance worked out, getting a good hero was incredibly important for placing decently in a game. You know, you can come 8th or you can come 1st, and like the everything in between. So you want to be placing as high as possible, as often as possible, to go up the ladder, right? So basically, your success in climbing hinged entirely on whether or not you were getting that premium pass, because you were doubling your chances of performing well, right? This was fine because gold was an earnable currency in the game. You could just play and earn the gold. They switched it to a premium exclusive currency for that premium pass, which means every season you would need to pay cash in order to be competitively viable, right? I would not have a problem with this if seasons were like a quarter of a year. So you're spending $5 or whatever it is, $7 once every 3 months. That would be fine. Problem arises when it's once a month. It suddenly becomes a once a month tax to pay $7 to play this casual game on the side and place decently. It's just, I don't understand. I understand in the sense that they needed to make money for it, I guess, but just make it so that seasons aren't that often to then, because you're being taxed. You're being taxed for playing. Why is it that all of my favorite games, all of my favorite online games, introduce taxes for enjoying them? I want my one-time purchase games back, please. I understand. The point of it is they're producing content for you for free, right? They're producing characters for you for free, new cards for free, balance for free. It's all free. They need to make their money back somehow. I don't disagree. But the thing that's made other games of a similar ilk profitable, but not in a skeezy way, is not in a sleazy way, is they're doing all this. They're producing characters for free, balancing for free, producing content for free. But their cosmetics are what make them the money. And you might go, well, okay, but we weren't making money with our cosmetics. You know what that tells me? It tells me that the cosmetics that you're producing weren't very good. If League can be funded exclusively off of skins, can we not find a way to fund our video games without having to tax the player? Please and thank you. But yes, don't test me. If Overwatch were to introduce an Ultimate Teams game mode, I would drop that thing so freaking fast. I prefer Overwatch over Marvel Rivals, but would that scale tip immediately if that change were to come into play? They just need to raise the cost of the game, but be realistic about it. That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Or make it so that I can pay a yearly reasonable fee to cover all of my seasons, right? Like, I want to play Battlegrounds as a casual game just in perpetuity. Give me an option to pay like $15 for the year. There we go. Happily pay that cost. I would happily pay that cost. If that's what you're asking to support the game, I would do it in a heartbeat. But the fact that you're taxing me on a monthly basis for something that I play casually is gross. It's gross. Give me a reasonable fee. It's why I fell off super hard with Marvel Snap as well. Marvel Snap had the same problem where the game is free, super free, like super reasonably free, but they were operating on a monthly cycle, and the premium pass that they'd release on a monthly basis would have a card in it. So the only way that you could earn cards in the game, there are ways, but just for argument's sake, the only way that you could earn cards in the game is to earn them, is to play the game and earn them. But with an exception, on a monthly basis, they would introduce one new card outside of the rest of the ones that they were producing. They'd release one new card that you could get through this premium thing, and it would usually have a really strong effect associated with it. So it meant that if you wanted to play with the new toy on each season, you would have to pay like $15 or something every month. That, poof, explosion, brain gone. Like, really? Monthly, $15 to play casual card game? No, thank you. I know the idea is that you're not paying for it on a monthly basis, that you're getting just the cards that you want. Like you're paying the $15 for the card that you want, and then you're waiting like 6 months or something or whatever to pay for the next one. But the content drip was too slow. Like, if the only consistent way of regularly getting cards was the once a month $15 drop, there's where I have a problem. Why is this becoming a rant about card games? Did I seriously have all these complaints just sitting in the tank ready to go? I guess. Hi, I'm Mahali. I have opinions. This one burrow is pissing me off. I can't get it right. I will, though. Hell or high water, I'll get this one burrow right. Because the rest of them I'm happy with. The rest of them do the job that they have. Whereas this one, the perspective on it is just wrong. I think it's because it's facing the camera too much. Let's try this. Let me try something. Sink it into the floor a little bit more. It's looking better. A little bit worried about how similar it looks to that one there. I think we're fine. It's distinguishable. It's distinctly different. I do not feel hip and cool right now. No hip and cool songs. Need apparently lethargic sad song. Yes, perfect. Can't figure out Burrow. So sad. In the now times, it is not a time of joy. It is a time of sad. That's fine. Back to the grass that I'm supposed to finish rendering by the end of today. Which is not going to happen. How much time do I have? 15 minutes? 15 minutes break. We'll get 15 minutes worth of rendering in, at the very least. Did I not put these on a separate layer? No, I did. Okay. Why is that in front then? Oh, because the burrows are. The burrows are in front. Of course, because I wanted to put the burrow behind that one. Yeah. Look what happens when I break the rules. I break my own legs in the process. Cut off my own nose to spite my face.
Frick you knows. In my humble opinion, though, the grass is looking quite snazzy. Getting there anyway. So I wouldn't say that I've wasted... I haven't wasted all of my time. Only some of it. Harley, have you been productive today? Mildly so, Captain. I've achieved middling success. Huzzah! Proud of me now, mon capitan? No? Fair enough. I'm now considered average. Yes. Mission successful. Instructions unclear, aimed for average. They call me Mr. Layman. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so exciting. I could get best viewers. Let's quickly copy the text that they've used so I can add it to the blacklist of terms, because the thing that they freaking do, the auto ban list, the thing that they do is they use like slightly different characters. Stewie, if the next time you come to hang out in chat, if I've got 1,000 viewers and nobody's talking, let's just say I found some of the best viewers for a reasonable price. Oh, no, absolutely. That's what you want. Oh my goodness. If you're live streaming to an audience, the worst thing you want are people chatting. Oh, God. Oh, yuck. I don't live stream to have conversations. I live stream to see big number, Stewie. Zombies, yeah, exactly.
When am I getting a join button on YouTube? I don't know what the criteria is, or are. How to get join button on YouTube. Channel membership. No, that tells me how to join a channel, which I mean that's good, but how? Oh, I've found a video that explains. Right. I need 1,000 subscribers first. I think I need best view. Yeah, exactly. So, these best viewers, can they subscribe to my YouTube channel? But yes, yes, best elite subscribers. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Based on that information, Stewie, might be a little while before I get a join button. Spam needs to get it right. True. To be fair, I think there probably are bots for like YouTube subscription. That would be so miserable. Could you imagine? I have 1 million subscribers, but I only get 2 views of my videos each time. Have you seen some of the YouTube comment bots? Oh, they're incredible. They're incredible. It'll be something along the lines of like, an example might be, "Hi, this is like a YouTube short where I'm sad to say that like my dog passed away. I'm really sad about it. Thanks for all the support that I've been hearing from you guys. I love you. Goodbye." That'll be the short. And you'll see comments in the comment section for that YouTube short that are on the line, "Man, I loved that video. Very funny. Keep up the great content." I wonder if that was a bot. I wonder if that comment was a bot. I wonder if that was a bot. It was a generic comment that had absolutely nothing to do with anything, and if anything, it was very counter to what the creator was trying to like get out there with their video. It's incredible every time. The thing that annoys me the most, though, is YouTube doesn't really have a report function for this account is a bot. They've got spam. They've got advertising, they've got like harassment as all of these options, but they don't just straight up have this account is a robot and not a user. I would like to report that, please. That's what annoys me, because I'd be able to go through and like report 100 different comments for being just generic garbage that is obviously not coming out of a human. But they don't allow for it, and that annoys me. I get the vague suspicion that they don't mind having bots on their service because it bolsters activity. It gets people to interact with them and stuff, which means that, you know, people are commenting on stuff more and blah 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 blah. But I mean, surely it gets to a point where if you've got 100 people watching an ad and the advertiser is paying you for 100 views of the ad, but then the advertiser figures out that, oh, out of the 100 people, only one of them was real, surely they will stop paying you to show their ads because they're not getting the actual eyeballs on the thing that they think that they are. Right? Like, if this service is hollow, surely surely this thing isn't sustainable. The videos need to be watched beyond a certain length before it qualifies. Yeah, exactly. Like, surely everyone is getting pranked with how it's currently set up. I don't see the benefit. I don't know. If I could snap my fingers and destroy every single bot in existence, I would at the drop of a hat. Yes, this would destroy my non-malicious Tavern bots that just help me run my channel, but I would do it. I would make that sacrifice in a heartbeat if that would mean it cleanses the internet of all like the hollow spam. Ads in 1 minute. Well, seeing as I've just hit the 4-hour mark, let's snooze. Let's snooze, shall we? Okay, so I did not render all of the grass. I did render a big, like a sizable chunk of it. I figured out how I wanted to render the grass, which was the biggest snag. So it should be way easier to render the rest of it. The only thing that's really driving me up the wall is how I want to do the lighting on these burrows and their form and stuff. Like, if anything, it's literally just this burrow that's giving me a pain in the head. But that's fine. Once I sort that one out, it should be good. At least it's only the one. At least it's the one burrow that's driving me bananas. That way, at least when I conquer that one, I don't have to worry about the rest of them. We're good. Otherwise, yeah, I should. I'm on trajectory to having this finished by the end of next week. Hopefully. Because if it takes a couple of streams, so like Monday, Tuesday, to render all of the grass, and potentially the burrows as well, then like Wednesday, Thursday to finish up any additional touches and then do the house.
The cottage. Yeah, I reckon we're on track to get it done. And then when it's done, I'll be able to start like adding in the animated elements. So I'll render out a cloud, have that sort of on cycle, and then I can animate the giant earthworm going between a couple of holes. Yeah, easy done. Cool. Let's see who's online that I can bother. No one I follow is currently online. I've actually got to bounce, so unfortunately I don't think I'll be raiding today. Just because I don't have anyone on hand, but I'll make up for it by raiding tomorrow. Join someone streaming FUT. What's FUT? Oh, Ultimate Team. No. Oh my goodness, no. Oh my goodness, no. Oh, that. I refuse. I refuse to just interact with that in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I forgot to set up the art hangout for Saturday, so I'll do that after I close up shop now. But yeah, Pokemon stream tomorrow. Look forward to it. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the company always. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending where you are. If I don't see you for the rest of the week, have an excellent weekend. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye.